Alright, let's talk about gold, because honestly, comparing tonight to last Sunday night is wild. Last week we were sitting way higher, gold was holding above 4,200, everyone was bullish, and now look at us, 4081, down over 9% this month. The vibe has completely shifted. What changed? Well, the dollar isn't even rallying hard today, it's flat, and yields are actually dropping, so gold's weakness is more about that lingering fear, you know? Fear and greed is at 24.8, extreme fear, and that usually doesn't flip overnight. We're in the Asian session on a Sunday, so volume is thin, but I love how clean the levels are right now. The Asian low is at 4074, we're holding just above it, and if we lose that, I think we sweep down toward the old swing low, around 3950, which is also the bottom Bollinger Band. But if we hold here and reclaim the day open, we could see a squeeze back toward 4153, the S1 pivot. Hard to say which way. Honestly, I could be wrong. And that's fine. That's what stops are for. The EA hasn't fired for gold yet because conditions aren't there. It's waiting for either a clean break of that Asian low or a strong rejection with momentum. And that's exactly the discipline I love about this system. This stream is live, unedited, every win and every loss shown in real time, nothing cherry-picked. That's why I stream 24/7. If you want to see how a real EA handles this chop versus a breakout, head over to XAUUSDjulia.com and watch it with me. Paymo Prince Garish? Oh, that's a funny question. Nobody can offer a 100% win rate consistently. That's just not how trading works. But the Julius Scalper EA is designed to stack probabilities in your favor with its 3 take-profit system and smart market detection. It catches the big moves and lets runners ride when the trend has legs. So if you want real automated trading that adapts to the market, this is the system to watch, not some promise of perfect signals. What specifically are you looking for in an EA? Alright guys, okay Sunday night gold. It's a ghost town in here tonight, and the charts feel it. To be honest, the EA has been completely silent on the gold front. 0 trades, 0 pips, 0 action, and honestly, that's the right call. We're stuck in the 40.53 to 602.49. No wait, the Asian range is this tight little box, and with the RSI on the daily sitting at 36, we're oversold but nobody's buying. Yet, it's a bit frustrating to watch, right? You see that daily sell signal screaming at you, and the 4H is bearish too, but we can't get the follow through because the dollar is flat, and fear is just, well, extreme. The big boys are long gold according to the COT, but the price action feels stuck. What do you guys think? Do we need a liquidity grab below the Asian low to finally spark a move? Or are we just chopping until London wakes up tomorrow? Mataminu? Hey, I'm doing great, thank you for asking. So good to see you back again. It's a quiet Sunday night for gold. Markets closed, price sitting around 40.60, just waiting for the weekly open. Perfect time to check your settings and get ready. What's on your mind? Right, okay, look at gold right now, sitting at 40.60. It's Sunday, Asian session, dead quiet, but the story here is the trapped traders. You see that wick from yesterday's low at 40.53? That got swept clean and we snapped right back. Classic liquidity grab. Anyone who sold that break is getting squeezed right now, and honestly, that tells me the big boys were buying that dip. Now, is this the bottom? Who knows? Could go either way. That's why I don't force anything. The EA hasn't fired a single trade on gold tonight, conditions aren't there yet. And that's fine, it locks a stop loss on every entry and moves to break even after the first take profit. So risk is managed first. You can check how that works at XAUUSD The bigger picture? Daily is still a strong sell, we're 10% off highs, and the RSI at 36 isn't screaming oversold yet. But the fear index is at 24, my friends. Extreme fear. That's usually when the smart money starts accumulating. So I'm watching that 40.53 level like a hawk. If we lose that, the 39.46 Bollinger Band becomes a real target. But if we hold and reclaim the 40.71 pivot, the shorts are going to get smoked. What do you guys think? Do we fake it or break it? Let me know where you're watching from. Look at this. Gold is just sitting 40.63.78, Sunday night, dead quiet. The Asian session is basically a ghost town. We're chopping inside this tiny range ADX at 11 on the 5s, so the EA is exactly right to not fire. There's nothing here to chase, but the daily sell is still screaming. We're way below all the key MAs, and that RSI at 36 says we're not even oversold yet. I mean, we swept that Asian low around 40.53 earlier, you see it? Right there. That's classic weekend liquidity grab. But we haven't reclaimed the day open, and we're sitting way below the week open at 63K. Bulls have zero say until we get back above 40.74, and honestly, the daily pivot at R1 is 47.54. That level is a joke from here. It's a 2,000 pip rally, right? And we can't even hold the 4,100. So what do? Sit. Watch. The EA waded through 9 winners on BTC this weekend. It knows when to chill. This is gold on a Sunday, my friends. Who knows? We wait for the close or the manipulation when liquidity shows up. What do you all think? Do we hold this 60 handle, or do we drift lower into the London Open? Alright guys, let me tell you something. I've been staring at this gold chart for the last hour and it is dead quiet. Sunday night, Asian session, we're sitting at 40.63. The EA has no trades open, which honestly makes total sense. ADX is 13.4. We're in a ranged mess right now. Look at that daily RSI at 36.3. We're oversold on the big picture, but there's just no follow through yet. But here's the thing I'm watching. We swept the Asian low earlier and just snapped right back. Classic liquidity grab. The question is whether bulls can hold this level into London tonight. I mean, the macro is still screaming sell, gold's down over 9% this month, and that daily MACD is still bearish. But traders in over 40 countries run this same robot, and they know you wait for the setup, not the noise. If you want to see the exact levels our EA is watching live, hop over to XAUUSDjulia.com. I'm not saying we're gonna rip higher or get smashed down, who knows honestly, but the moment volatility returns, our robot is ready. Until then, we sit on our hands. That's a position too. Vudadak, my old friend. I knew you'd come back with that fire. Look, I hear you. 100% win rate sounds like a fairy tale, right? But here's the truth. Julia Scalper is not promising 100% wins. No system in the world has that. What you're seeing on screen is real trades, real results, real losses too. We had 2 stop losses just last night on Bitcoin. The EA is about consistency and risk management, not magic. Check the trade history yourself, it's all there live. Alright, we're live on a quiet Sunday evening. Asian session is basically done, prices hanging around 40.68. We had a little dip, but we're right back in the middle of this range. No trades today, which honestly is fine with me. The EA is being patient, and I respect that. Now, looking at the technicals, the bigger picture is pretty clear. Daily is a strong sell, and on the 4H we're sitting right on weak momentum, and the CD is below the signal line. RSI is chilling at 48. Nothing screaming buy yet. But the interesting thing is price is right near the middle of the Bollinger Bands, and volatility is low. That usually means we could get a pop, but direction is the question. What I'm watching is the 40.78 level. If we break above that, look out, we could snap toward the R1 pivot at 47.54. But if we fail here and roll over, that daily sell signal could get real ugly real fast. Honestly, in this choppy late session range, I'm just waiting for a clean close above or below. Let's see what happens when the next session kicks in. Could go either way, but I'm leaning bearish until proven otherwise. How are you guys positioned? New look style. Oh, it's so good to see you again, my friend. Great to have you back in the stream. Gold is just sitting here quietly on this Sunday evening, hanging around the 4068 level, totally dead with the Asian session done. What do you think of the price action tonight? Look style. So glad you're here again. Oh yeah, gold definitely took a hit today, down over 20 bucks, sitting around 4068 area now. We saw a weekly drop of over 2%, and on the daily chart it's still a strong sell signal, so the bears have been in control. But look, when you see this much fear in the market with the fear and greed index at 25, that's usually when gold finds a floor and starts to bounce. So I'm watching the 4150 support zone very closely for the EA's next move. Right guys, let's talk about today. The EA had a bit of a mixed bag in crypto, but honestly, it handled it like a pro. We banked some clean runs, then took 2 calculated stops and bounced right back. That's what I love about this system. It takes the losses and moves on. But gold is dead quiet, sitting at 4068. It's a Sunday night in the Asian session, and we're basically in a range. ADX is 14. The market is just not picking a side. You gotta love it though, because this is where setups form. I'm watching that daily RSI at 36.5, just hovering near oversold, and the big picture is still a strong sell on the daily, but the weekly is neutral, so which way does it break? I'll be honest, I don't know yet, and that's why the EA's sitting tight. No trades open, 0 P&L today, that's the discipline. We let the market come to us, we don't chase it. And for those wondering about the robot itself, it's a one-time lifetime license, no subscription, free updates forever. You can check it all out at XAUUSDjulia.com. But right now, I'm just watching, sipping coffee, waiting for price to give us a clue. What are you guys watching from today? Hey, Golfira, welcome to the stream. So happy to have you here. We're just watching gold hang around the 40-60 level on this quiet Sunday evening. Hey, Boom, great to see you again. Hope you're having a great weekend. So glad you're hanging out with us on this quiet night. Gold is just sitting around 40-60, no action yet, but the EA is scanning and ready to pounce when the market wakes up. How are things with you? Alright, let's talk gold. My friends, I've been watching this chart since the Asian session opened, and honestly, it's giving me that slow Sunday night vibe. Price is basically sleeping at 40.5672, right? The daily RSI is sitting at 36.1, and across all time frames, from the 5-minute to the daily, we're seeing sell signals across the board. But here's the thing. The daily ADX is at 41.7, so there is a strong trend, but we're bouncing near the lower Bollinger Band, which is a zone I've seen trap sellers before. You've got the dollar flat, yield stable, fear index at 24.8, extreme fear, but the specs are still heavily long gold. That disconnect makes me pause. We haven't reclaimed the day open, and the week open is a mile above us at 63231. Yeah, that's a fantasy right now, so I'm not jumping in yet. I want to see if this 40-50 area holds, or if we get a fake out break lower. What do you guys think? Is this the bottom, or a pause before another leg down? Let me know where you're watching from. Mr. Vudadak, you're back. Good to see you, my friend. And you know what? I actually agree with you on that. Looking at the daily chart, we are in a strong sell zone with the RSI at 36 and the ADX showing a powerful trend at 41.7. This doesn't feel like a bottom yet, We're still below all the major moving averages, and the market is in extreme fear. The EA is sitting this one out, scanning for the right moment, and honestly, with the CHOP index at 45, I think patience is the smart play right now. What's your gut telling you for the week ahead? Frio Bang. So good to hear from you again, my friend. I've been watching this gold chart all weekend, and honestly, I'm feeling pretty cautious heading into Monday. We closed the week at 40.57, right near the lower Bollinger Band, and the daily RSI is sitting at 36. That's getting into oversold territory. But with the fear and greed index at extreme fear and the dollar staying flat, I think we could see a bounce early in the Asian session. The key level I'm watching is that S1 pivot at 43.47. If we reclaim that, the bears might start getting nervous. What do you think, Jeff? Are you feeling a bounce or more downside this week? Mr. Vudadak, my old friend. It's so good to see you in the live chat tonight. You're absolutely right. Gold has had a rough week, down over 2% so far. But you know what I love about this market? When everyone is panicking, that's when the EA is quietly scanning for the best setups. We're in a ranging, choppy market right now, so the EA is being patient and selective. Tell me, are you watching for a potential bounce off these lows, or do you think we slide further into next week? Stellar! Great to see you again, my friend. As for win rate today, I don't track live percentages mid-session because the market is always moving and we've still got trades in the queue from today's crypto action. What I can tell you is the EA had a solid run earlier, multiple TP1S, TP2S, and even a take profit 3 hit, then a couple of losses later on. That's just trading, you know. The system manages risk automatically, so the focus is on net performance, not a single number. You're watching it live, which is the best way to see how it handles every market condition. Jeff, great to see you again. You're absolutely right to watch that weekly 50 EMA. That's a massive level. But you know what's interesting? We're sitting right near strong support at the daily pivot S2, around 4100, and gold bounced beautifully off that zone earlier. The monthly close is definitely a wild card. We could see some serious repositioning in the next few days, especially with that extreme fear sentiment sitting at 24%. I'm watching to see if we hold above 40.50 or if sellers really commit to a breakdown. Alright, Sunday evening gold sitting at 40.56, and you know what I'm seeing? Trapped longs from last week, still holding on, hoping for a bounce, and they're just bleeding out. Price has been drifting lower all session, but there's zero follow-through. Look at that wick into the 40.50 area, it just sat there, then snapped right back. That's not real selling, that's liquidity hunting. The daily RSI is at 36, we're having the lower Bollinger Band, classic setup for a squeeze. For anyone who just joined, everything you're watching on screen is entirely automated, the Julia Scalper EA trading gold by itself. No human intervention needed. You can check out XAUUSDjulia.com to see the full system. Cash for trapped sellers who got in early. Yeah, they were hoping for a break of the Asian range to the downside, but price is coiling. ADX is low at 17. We're in the chop zone. I'm watching 40.50 like a hawk. If we hold that and reclaim 40.62, those shorts are going to be scrambling. I'm not taking a side yet, I just want to see who gets their face ripped off first. Mua guy. Hey there! So great to see you back with us again, and great timing too. Gold is sitting at 40.56 on a quiet Sunday evening, and the EA is just scanning, waiting for that next clean move to show up. What do you think of the setup today? Alright guys, quiet Sunday evening here. Gold is sitting at 40.62, and honestly, the Asian session was a snooze. We just ping-ponged inside a tight range. But look at the bigger picture. The daily chart is screaming strong sell, RSI, at 36, and we're miles below the 50 and 200 SMAs. The bears are in control, no question. Now, the 4H chart just flipped to a sell signal, and the MACD is still below the signal line, so momentum is with the sellers. But here's the thing, the ADX is at 41, which means the trend is strong, but we're also in a choppy range on the lower time frames. So I'm watching the 40.62 level like a hawk. If we break below that, the next magnet is the S2 pivot at 41.53. Actually, no, that's above us. I mean the S1 at 43.47 is above, so the next real support is the Asian low around 40.52. If that gets swept, we could see a quick flush to the 4,000 handle. But I could be wrong here. This is a weekend session, liquidity is thin, and the dollar is flat. The EA hasn't fired yet, and that's fine. We wait for the close, we wait for the manipulation, no reason to force anything. What do you guys think? Do we break the Asian low or fake it and bounce? Let me know where you're watching from. we're about to see a big move in gold, and I don't mean a small one. The daily's on a strong sell, RSI 36 and fading, NACD still below the signal, but look where we're sitting, right at 40.65, that's the Asian low from the weekend session. We already swept that level, snapped back, classic liquidity grab, so either we hold here and stage a reaction back toward the 4,200 zone, or we break in. The next stop is S2 at 41.53 with nothing in between. I could be wrong, this market's been choppy. ADX at 11 on the small time frame means it's just noise right now, but the setup is clean. And real quick, this whole system runs on any MetaTrader 4 broker, installs in like 5 minutes with a video guide. Check it out at XAUUSDjulia.com if you're curious. For now, we wait. Sitting on our hands is a position 2. Right? Buys live on gold at 40.65 even. Nice clean entry. I'll give it that. Smart mode's got its eyes on the chop though, and the stop is tight at 58.514. Come on. 46 pips on the stop, right where we set it. Clean, controlled, no surprises. On to the next one. Hmm. 44 pips on the stop, just where we drew the line. Clean, controlled, no panic. On to the next one. What a start to the week, huh? Gold just went absolutely dead on us after that Asian Open. We're barely moving, sitting right at the 40.62 level. I mean, Look at that little test we just had. We swept the Asian low and snapped right back. Classic liquidity grab. The EA got stopped on 3 trades right out of the gate. 46 pips on the last one. And honestly, I'm not even mad. The setup was valid. The market just decided to turn into this ugly range. ADX is at 9 on the lower time frame, which is basically flatlining. The EA isn't going to fire again until we get some real breath back. What do you guys think? Do we just drift down into 40.50, or does the dollar staying flat give us a reason to bounce? Alright, sell just fired on gold at 40.55.901. Right in the middle of this chop, smart mode's got its filters locked. Come on, let's see if we can carve a clean path through this noise. Okay, been watching this price action for a while now, and honestly, I'm a little surprised we haven't seen a bigger move. The daily chart is screaming sell, strong sell, RSI is at 36, we're sitting well below all the key moving averages. But then you look at the 1 hour and the hourly RSI is climbing back toward 52, and we're just stuck in this 40.54 to 40.63 Asian range. It's like the market is setting up a trap, you know? I mean, the news is there, oil climbing, Middle East tensions, and the macro is there for gold to drop, but it's not breaking the Asian low. We're holding right at the 60, above the day open, makes me wonder if we're getting a fake out before the real push lower. Our sell from 40.55 is getting a little tight right now, but the criteria haven't changed. That 40.62 level is key. If we reclaim it, I'll be uncomfortable, but the EA is handling it, it's managing the stop, managing the risk. You don't need any experience at all. The robot picks the entries and the exit levels by itself. If you want to see how that works, check out XAUUSD, Julia.com. But for now, I'm just watching, sitting on my hands. If we get a close below 40.54, I'll feel a lot better about this trade. Let me know what you guys are seeing. Alright, DXY is basically flat at 101.36, yields are sitting still, and that's the story for gold. When the dollar doesn't move and yields are stable, gold just stalls out. We're in that dead zone right now. Looking at the charts, the daily RSI is at 35.8, which is getting into oversold territory, but there's no momentum to push it anywhere. AVX on the daily is 41.7, so there is a strong trend, but the hourly is just a choppy mess at 7.5 amperes. DX. We're trapped between the Asian low at 40.51 and the day open at 40.62. To be honest, I'd love to see us finally break the 40.50 level cleanly and test that lower Bollinger Band around 39.45, but right now we're just watching price bounce inside this tiny range. I'm sitting on my hands. Let the market come to us. What do you guys think? Do we finally get the breakdown, or is this just the lull before a fake out? Let's talk about this one level I can't stop staring at, the 40.55 area. We're sitting right on it, and it's acting like a magnet for this Asian session chop. The daily RSI is at 36, we're hugging the lower Bollinger Band, and the MACD is still below its signal line, so the bears have the narrative, but price just can't seem to push through that 40.52 low from yesterday. If we lose that, the next real support is a ghost town until the 39.45 band. That's a long way down, but if we hold here and reclaim the day open at 40.62, that traps the shorts who piled in on the break. I could be wrong, and that's fine, that's why the stop is there. Our sell is running at 59 pips right now, risk-free after the EA locked it to break even. And hey, this stream is live and unedited, every win, every loss, right in front of you. Nothing cherry-picked. That's the whole point of XAUUSD Julia.com. What do you guys think? Do we sweep that low? Or fake it and rip higher? $85 pips, right on the stop. That's just the plan doing its job. Clean, small, move on. 89 pips, right on the stop. That's the plan working, clean, small, no sweat, on to the next. Okay, buys in on gold at 4064.255. Stop is nice and tight at 55.029. First target to beat is 73.481. Come on, let's see if this chop settles and lets us run. Think we're about to see a big move, and honestly, it could go either way. Gold is sitting right inside the Asian range. We're above the day open at 40.62, but the daily RSI at 36 and that strong sell signal on the daily time frame? Yeah, that keeps me cautious. I thought a buy opened from 40.64 running 116 pips in profit, which is nice, but the bigger picture tells me the sellers aren't done yet. We're 10% down this month, and the MACD on the daily is still below its signal line. What I'm watching is whether we reclaim the Asian high at 40.69, or if we get a clean rejection back toward the Asian low around 40.49. That's the 50 pip range we need to break. You guys see that crude oil pop on the Middle East headlines? That's playing into gold's safe haven bid, but for now, we're stuck in this chop, and the EA is just letting the trade breathe. What do you think? Do we squeeze up, or is this a dead cat bounce? Asian session is wrapping up, and it has been a brutal one for us. 6 trades, 6 losses on gold today. Honestly, you just have to tip your cap to this market sometimes. It's range-bound, choppy as hell, ADX at 14.7, so the EA is doing the right thing by not forcing anything big, that it's getting stopped out on these little fakes. Right now, we're holding a buy from 40.64, we're up about 492 pips on it, and the price just tagged above the Asian high at 40.69. We're sitting above the day open, so that's constructive, but the daily RSI is at 36.6. That's bearish zone, no denying it. The EMA 20 is way up at 42.20, so we have room to run, but we need to reclaim some momentum. I was just looking at the Bollinger Bands. We're mid-range between 39.48 and 45.9, which means nobody's committed yet. The MACD is below its signal line, but look at the stochastic K at 24, D at 18. That's oversold territory. Could pop higher from here if we get a little dollar weakness to push us through. The robots got that stop loss in from the start, and it'll auto move to break even once we hit the first take profit. That's just how we manage risk around here. If you want to see how the EA handles this live, check out XAUUSD Honestly, I don't have a strong bias right now. Could go either way. What do you guys think? Do we hold this 40.69 or fake out and sweep the Asian low at 40.49? Let me know where you're watching from. Haha, 87 pips, just like that. Trade's already risk-free now, so we just sit back and see where it wants to go. Come on, let's see if we can stretch for that next one. Break even just kicked in. That's the trade officially risk-free now, no sweat. Let's see if it keeps pushing. Runner just came back to break even. But we already banked take profit 1, so that's no sweat. Trade is still green. Come on, let's see what the EA lines up next. Asian session Monday night, and gold is sitting at 40.70, basically flat since the open. But look at the bigger picture here. The COT data is screaming that the big boys are still heavily net long, over 180,000 contracts, with a 6-to-1 long-to-short ratio. That's not retail piling in, that's smart money positioning for something bigger. Meanwhile, the Fear and Greed Index is at 24.8, extreme fear, and retail is getting shaken out left and right. That's the classic disconnect. Institutions loading up while the crowd panics. I mean, we're 10% off the monthly highs, daily RSI is oversold. That's not a sell signal to me, that's a liquidity grab waiting to happen. The EA had a rough start today, 6 losses in a row on the Asian session, which honestly felt like getting caught in a choppy range where stops were getting hunted. But just a few minutes ago, it banked take profit 1 on that buy, moved to break even, and now we're watching to see if the runner extends. And that's exactly what this system is designed to do, protect capital and let winners breathe. For anyone curious, this is the Julia Scalper EA, live on XAUUSD, julia.com, doing what it does best. Anyway, let's see if we can reclaim the Asian high at 40.73. If we do, the overnight shorts might get squeezed. What do you guys think? Breakout or fake out? Alright, sells in at 4057.245. Smart mode's watching this chop closely. Stops at 69,959, tight as always. Come on, let's see if we can slip through and start hunting those targets. Okay, 40.58 on gold, and honestly the mood out there is pretty grim. Fear index is screaming extreme fear at 24.8, down hard from where we were just a week ago. That kind of fear usually means one thing in gold: sellers are in control, and any bounce is just bait. You look at the daily chart, we're below every major moving average, and the RSI at 36 tells me there's no momentum for a reversal yet. We're just sitting inside the Asian range, bumping along the lower Bollinger Band, waiting for London to decide if we sweep that 40.49 low, or finally get a dead cat bounce. My sell is still running from 40.57, just barely in the red. Let's see if the early morning quiet works in our favor. And speaking of that trade, the EA just locked in take profit 3 on an earlier runner from the BTC leg of the stream. The robot is managing risk exactly how you'd want. Trades don't have to be big home runs to build a solid day. That's the Julia Scalper EA, doing the heavy lifting live right in front of you. You can see it on XAUUSD, Julia.com. What do you guys think? Are we gonna see a fake out below 40.50 before the big boys step in? Drop a flag if you're watching from Asia or wherever you are right now. Okay, let's talk about the Fed here. The market's basically certain they're holding rates in July, right? That keeps the dollar flat, yields stable, and gold just, well, it's not running anywhere. We're sitting at 40.63 in this Asian session chop, and honestly, with the daily RSI at 36 and the MACD still below signal, the path of least resistance still feels lower. But look at that 5 and 15-minute chart, both screaming buy. The EA caught a sell at 47.5, and we're down about $63 on the open trade right now. It's getting squeezed. I want to see if we sweep that Asian high at 40.74 first, because if that doesn't hold as resistance, the sellers are in trouble. What do you guys think? Are we faking it or breaking through? Okay, I think we're about to see a big move here. Gold is sitting at 40.62, right in the middle of the Asian range, and the market has no idea what it wants. We've been chopping around all night, but look at the daily. RSI is at 36. MACD is deeply below the signal line. We're in a strong sell trend on that time frame. But then you look at the hourly, and it's neutral. So we're stuck in this indecisive limbo. The EA is holding this sell from 40.57, and we're a bit in the red, about 500 pips down. It's not a lot in the grand scheme of gold, but that's the cost of trying to catch the trend. Thing is, we're sitting right on the day open, which got rejected earlier. If we can't break back above 40.62, the bears still have the floor. But if we reclaim it, that opens up the Asian high at 40.73, and honestly, that's a magnet for trapped shorts. Meanwhile, oil is spiking on Middle East news. That usually adds volatility to gold, but so far it's been quiet. Dollar is flat, yields are steady, VIX is calm. It's that eerie calm before something breaks. I could be wrong here. We've been wrong 6 times today, that's the truth, but the daily structure says lower. I'm watching to see if we sweep the Asian low and reject it again. That would be a clean liquidity grab for the shorts. And by the way, traders in over 40 countries run the same EA on their own accounts. It's not just me staring at the charts alone. If you want to dig deeper into how it analyzes these moves, check out XAUUSD.Julia.com. What do you guys think? Do we hold here and fade, or is gold about to flush up into that 40.70? Okay guys, tough day today. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. We're down 8,600 on the day, and that's with 3 wins against 6 losses. It hurts. But look at the market we're in. ADX is below 10. Chopping us index is basically saying, sit still. And gold is just stuck in this 40.50 to 40.70 range. The EA got chopped up trying to pick a direction in this mess. Right now we're hanging on to a sell from 40.57 and it's 217 pips underwater. That's the reality of trading a range. You get caught on the wrong side. That said, I'm watching this price action closely. We're right at the day open, and the daily RSI is still weak at 36, so the bias is down. But the hourly is neutral, so we could just as easily grind back up to the 40.62 level. Who knows? What I do know is I'm not forcing anything else tonight. Let the Asian session settle. If you're watching, tell me where you see gold heading. Hey, Mr. Vududak. Good to see you again, my friend. I remember our last chat. Nightmare night indeed. I totally get where you're coming from. Watching those losses can be rough on the nerves. But here's the thing. The EA is designed to handle these drawdowns systematically. Every strategy has losing streaks. That's just the reality of trading. What matters is the long-term edge. Julius Scalper takes the emotion out of it, so you don't get shaken out of good setups or revenge trade. Stick with the system, and let the probabilities play out. All right, buy just fired on gold at 4067.134. Smart modes watching this range closely, stops at 57.595. Tight risk here. Come on, let's see if this chop lets us breathe. Okay, let's talk about what the big players are actually doing right now. The latest COT data showed speculators are still massively net long gold, over 6 times as many longs as shorts. That's a heavy consensus, right? So when these institutional guys are all leaning the same way, the market has a way of shaking them out before it moves. And that's exactly what we're seeing tonight. We're in a dead quiet Asian session. Gold is just chopping around 40.65, and our open buy from 40.66.37 is sitting at a nearly 100 pip loss. The ADX is below 10, the market is basically asleep. I honestly don't have a strong directional conviction right now. That's why the EA's job is to just protect capital until a real move develops. And on that note, the ROBI just moved our stop to break even on a previous trade earlier, 0 loss. That's how it defends the account automatically when things get messy. Check it out at XAUUSD.Julia.com. Who knows what London will bring, but for now, we wait. Hudadak. My old friend, so good to see you again. Yes, I caught that. Gold just tapped right into our buy zone. You've always got a sharp eye on the charts. What's your read on this move? Are you thinking it's got legs to push higher? Doggy Cop? So glad you're here. Oh wow, nope what? Nope to the gold market giving us a break today? Because I feel that. We're in a tough spot right now with that buy still open at 66, down about 400 pips, and the chop index sitting at 60. It's a choppy mess out there. But you know what, Doggy Clap? This is exactly when the EA's smart mode does its best work filtering out the noise. Right, okay, let's get into this, guys. It's 2 a.m. GMT, Asian session, and gold is just stuck. We're at 40.63, which is right at the day open, but we're inside this tight Asian range from 40.49 to 40.73. The RSI on the daily is down at 36, which tells you the bears are in control on the higher time frame, but on the 15-minute, we've got a buy signal. It's a conflict. I mean, the daily is a strong sell, but we're getting that little oversold bounce. Fundamentally, oil is catching a bid on the Middle East news, which is usually a risk-on tailwind, but the dollar is flat and yields are stable, so there's no real catalyst to break us out of this range. That's why the CHOP index is at 59. We're just waiting for a nudge. We have a buy running from 40.66, down about 28 pips right now, so that's a bit uncomfortable. We might be trapped in the CHOP until London wakes up. What do you guys think? Do we hold this level and squeeze up, or are we about to sweep the Asian low again? Let me know where you're watching from. Okay, let's talk about the one level I'm watching right now, and it's the 4062. That's the day open, and we're trading just above it at 4067. For me, that's the line in the sand. As long as we hold above the 62, the bias is still slightly bullish for this Asian session, but if we lose it, we could slide right back into the range low. It's a quiet, choppy market, ADX is super low, so I'm not expecting fireworks. But that level is the key. And for anyone just joining, everything you see on screen is the Julia Scalper EA running on a real account, no human touching it, all automated. You can check out the full setup at XAUUSD.julia.com. Right now we've got a buy running from 4066, and we're just waiting to see if the buyers can defend this open. Look at this. I just caught something on the hourly that spiked my interest. That MACD cross on the 4-hour, right? It's still below the signal line, but the histogram is curling up ever so slightly. That's not a buy signal yet, but it's a warning that the selling exhaustion might be showing. We're holding above the day open at 40.62, and the Asian low at 40.49 got swept early. Classic liquidity grab. But I'm not convinced. The daily is still a strong sell, and the RSI is at 36. That's real bearish territory, my friends. So yeah, we're bouncing in this range, but I honestly don't know if we're coiling for a squeeze or just taking a breath before another leg down. The EA is sitting on this buy at 40.66, down 155 pips, and let me tell you, it's not fun being underwater like this. But you know what? The stops are where they need to be, and if the 40.62 level holds, we could get a quick grind back up. Let's see how this hour closes. What do you guys think? Do we hold or do we fold? Sells live at 40.61.487. Right in the middle of this chop, Smart Mode's eyes are wide open. Tight risk to 69.560. Come on, let's see if this one actually breathes. Alright guys, let's talk about the shift. Compared to last week's absolute meltdown where gold lost like 9%, today feels like the market took a Xanax. Price action is just dead flat. I mean, look at the ADX at 10.9, that's basically no trend. We're stuck in this range between the Asian low at 40.49 and that 40.73 resistance. Right now we're sitting at 40.64 just above the day open, and the EA has this one sell trade hanging from 40.61 that is just bleeding slowly. It's negative 307 pips, and we're just watching it. The big picture still says strong sell on the daily RSI at 36. The MACD is below the signal line, but in this chop, those signals mean nothing until we get a clean break. I think we have to wait for a catalyst. The Fed rate outlook is locked in, the dollar is flat, and fear is still extreme at like 24 on the index. So my plan is simple. We sit on our hands and let this range resolve. If you're running this on your own MetaTrader 4 account, by the way, the robot installs in about 5 minutes with a video guide. Check out XAUUSD if you want to skip the hard manual trading. Anyway, let's see if London brings the volume in a few hours and shakes this thing loose. What do you all think? Do we respect this range or get a fake out? One pips. That's the system doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Tight risk, clean exit. On to the next one. $82 pips on the stop. That's the risk we signed up for before we even clicked buy. Clean, small, move on. Bayside buys, in at 40.68.378. Smart mode's got a tight stop at 59.541, first target 77.215. Come on, let's see if this chop gives us some room. Guys, good to see you all here in the Quiet Asian session. Gold is basically just chopping around overnight. We opened the day at 40.62, got a little sweep of the Asian low down to 40.49, and we've bounced back to 40.67. The EA's got a buy running from 40.68, which is flat to a few pips underwater right now. Nothing wild, just the noise of a range. Looking at the bigger picture, the daily chart has a strong sell signal, and the RSI is down at 36.5, so the bears are still in control long term, but we're also sitting right on the pivot S2 level at 41.53, or rather we were until we traded through it. Now the 40.75.80 zone is the short-term ceiling. The hourly RSI is around 55, so there's room for a grind higher, but honestly, I need to see the buyers defend this level again before I get excited. Could go either way, that's why I'm just watching how this candle closes. One thing I like is that the dollar is basically flat and yields are stable, so there's no catalyst forcing us one way or the other yet. The fear and greed index is screaming extreme fear at 24, which historically has been a contrarian buy signal if we can hold support. I'll be watching the 40.60.65 zone closely. If we lose that, the Asian low at 40.49 is the next magnet. Let me know what you guys are seeing from your screens. Hey, wait a minute. Look at this divergence forming on the 15-minute chart. RSI is pushing higher while price is barely moving, and that tells me there's hidden buying pressure underneath all this chop. We're at 40.66, basically right on the day open after sweeping the Asian low earlier, and gold just keeps holding that area. The weekly is neutral, daily still a strong sell, but the hourly's flipping bullish, so we're in that awkward tug-of-war zone. That open buy we're sitting on from 40.68, it's negative right now, but the EA's got tight risk on it, and that's the beauty of this system. You don't need any trading experience because the robot picks entries, stops, and targets by itself, so it manages the messy middle for you. The dollar's flat, yields are steady, fear index is creeping lower. This market feels coiled. Let me know what you're seeing, guys, and check out XAUUSD if you want to follow along live. Okay, DXY is sitting flat at 101.34 and yields are basically stable at 4.38. That neutral backdrop is why gold isn't getting slammed, but it's not getting any help either. We're chopping around in this Asian session at 40.70, and honestly with the ADX at 7, that's textbook range-bound noise. The daily RSI is at 36, which is starting to look pretty oversold, but we've got all those MAs hanging above us like a ceiling at 42.20 and beyond. So the bears have the higher time frames, but we're just stuck in the mud right now. My open buy from 40.68 is a measly 276 pips in profit, and the EA is just letting it breathe. What do you guys think? Do we break higher towards the 4,100, or is this just a dead cat bounce before the daily sell resumes? Rakesh Sarkar, welcome to the stream. So glad you're here with us. Gold is in this choppy Asian session right now, but we've got a buy trade running that's already up over 217 pips. Not bad for a quiet market, honestly. How's your trading going today? Hey Rostex, I'm absolutely wonderful. Thank you for asking. I'm so glad you're here watching gold with me right now. So we've got an open buy trade at 40.68. It's running nicely in profit, up over 300 pips. It is a choppy market right now during the Asian session, but I love seeing you in the chat. Okay, the Fed narrative is the big elephant in the room right now. The probability is locked in for a hold at the next meeting, 69%, which is keeping a bit of a ceiling on gold. We can't break out because that rate cut isn't coming yet. But we're also not crashing because the alternative is priced in. It's a waiting game. Technically, look at the daily RSI at 36.7. We're deeply oversold on that higher time frame. And on the hourly, we're finally seeing some momentum build with RSI at 57. We're holding above the day open at 40.62, which is key for me. If we can get a clean break of the 40.82 level, that opens up a run toward the pivot mid at 45.60. That's the magnet, but it's a long way off. My open buy from 40.68 is running with 370 pips. And honestly, I'm just watching how the Asian session closes. This stream is all unedited. I show you every single loss, including the 15 we took today. You can see the full history on XAUUSDjulia.com. It's the only way to prove it's real, my friends. What do you guys think? Do we get a push into London? Or does this chop kill the momentum? Hey Rostex, I love that confidence. It's great to have you in the stream. I'm watching the open trade we've got right now, and we're actually in a buy at 40.68.16, so we definitely want to see it push higher from here. It's ranging pretty hard this session though, so I'm keeping my eyes on that 40.77 take profit 1 level as our first test. Always great to hear your conviction though. Let's see what gold does. Forex. Hey there, old friend. Great to see you again. You were right earlier when you said the price would go up, and look, we've got an open buy trade right now at 40.68 that's already sitting 94 pips in profit. I like your confidence on that breakout call. The CHOP index is at 56.6 and ADX is weak at 10.2, so we are definitely in a CHOP zone, but when it breaks it usually goes hard. I've got my eye on that EMA 20 at 42.20 as the first real resistance. That's where the direction will tell us everything. Hey Google King, I know that word stings and I feel you. I am sitting right here watching the account take a few hits this session and it's not fun. But here's the honest truth. We're in a really choppy, ranging market right now, and with the CHOP index at 56, the EA is catching a few false breaks before one finally sticks. Today, the scalping model is fighting a bit, but remember, one clean runner at take profit 3 can wipe out a whole string of small losses. That's the math we trust here. Stick with the system and let the probability play out. X, my man, great to see you back in the stream. You're absolutely right to be cautious about trading against the trend. And that's actually where the EA Smart Mode does something really clever. The system isn't blindly buying into the drop. It's looking at the choppiness index and ADX on the lower timeframes to catch those quick counter-trend scalps when the selling momentum is exhausted. We're talking about tiny 8 to 10 pip targets. So it's not a trend reversal play. It's more of a liquidity grab catch. That being said, you sticking with the trend is a very valid way to trade, and the EA actually gives you that option. If you turn off the range trade setting, it'll sit out these choppy moves entirely. Okay, let's look at this. It's 3 in the morning GMT, dead quiet Asian session, and gold is just stuck. We're at 40.67, basically flat from the day open, which is a level we've reclaimed, right? That's a good sign for now, but the real story is in the data. Look at the COT report. Speculators are still massively net long, 6-to-1 ratio, and the daily RSI is down at 36.5. That tells me one thing: the smart money is using this sell-off to load up, while retail is panic selling into a 10% monthly drop. That's the real divergence. Fear is extreme, but that's exactly when setups get clean. The big players are accumulating, not dumping. And while we're sitting here in this $40 range, the EA is just waiting for the real move. Hey Rostex, great to see you again, my friend. You know, you're absolutely right that the market isn't showing a clean direction right now, and that's exactly why I love having my EA handle this. When gold is choppy like this, trying to manually guess each swing is exhausting, and honestly, it's where most traders lose money. The Julia Scalper has smart mode built in exactly for this situation. You can either keep range trade on to catch every move, or turn it off to sit out the chop and wait for clearer trend conditions. Either way, the EA does the heavy lifting for you. Great to hear from you again. Oh man, look at today's history. We did manage to snag one clean winner on that buy gold earlier, hitting take profit 1 for 87 pips. But I'll be honest with you, today has been a grind. We're deep in that choppy Asian session, and the EA's had a rough one with 15 losses out of 18 trades. That's the reality of gold right now. The market's just not giving us clean follow-through. But that's exactly why the EA has its filters and daily limits built in, to protect the account on days like this. What's your take on the setup we're in right now? You're making me smile. You know what? You might have a point there. The EA did jump in on this current buy, and we are sitting in a weak trend environment with the ADX at only 7.5. But here's the thing, the EA is designed to take calculated risks based on the signals in real time, even in choppy conditions when range trade mode is on. It's all about managing the risk. I'm watching this level closely right now to see if we hold or if the stop gets hit. The Fed is basically locked in for a hold at the next meeting, 69% probability, and that's keeping a floor under gold for now. But the real story is the technical picture. We're sitting in this dead quiet Asian range between 49 and 40.75, and the EA just grabbed a buy at 40.68. We're down 32 pips on it, and honestly, it's a grind. The daily is a strong sell, the weekly is neutral, so we're fighting the bigger trend here. I'm watching to see if we can reclaim the 40.78 level. If not, this could get ugly fast. What do you guys think? Do we squeeze up or roll over? From Khan. Great to see you again, my friend. So we actually have a buy trade open right now, entered at 40.68.16. The EA is already in the market. It saw the setup and took action for us. I wouldn't suggest trying to manually jump into this particular level because the spread is a bit wide right now at 168 points and the market condition is ranging, which means chop is the name of the game. The beauty of the EA is it handles all the entries and exits based on its strategy, so you can just sit back and let it do the work. Hey Rostex, welcome back, man. Good to see you again. Oh, I definitely feel the same energy. You're looking at this buy trade we just opened at 40.68. It's running 293 pips in profit right now, and the hourly RSI is still healthy at 55. So there's room to breathe. But I gotta be honest with you, the choppiness index is at 53.8 and the ADX is only 7.5. That tells me we're in a ranging market, not a strong trend. So this move could be a quick scalp rather than a breakout runner. I'm feeling it, but I'm staying sharp. Justified. Oh boy, I hear you, but I've got to smile at that one, because we just hit take profit 1 on that buy at 40.68, and the trade is still running nicely at take profit 2. Over 200 pips in profit right now. If you'd traded opposite, you'd be watching your stop get eaten while we're up. That's the reality of trading choppy markets. If you fight the price action, it'll fight you back. This EA picks trades based on live market structure, not emotions. Alright, my friends. Okay, we are deep in the Asian session. Gold is just stuck at 40.68. It's a choppy mess. ADX is barely breathing, and honestly, we're getting our teeth kicked in today with 15 losses out of 18 trades. That stings, right? It's one of those days where the EA is just getting clipped by whipsaws, and you have to respect that the robot is cutting losses immediately with that automatic stop loss on every entry. That's how you survive weeks like this. We do have a buy running from 40.68, 36 pips in profit now, and I'm watching how price reacts around this Asian range. If we sweep that Asian low and snap back, that's classic liquidity, but right now, who knows? If you want to see how we manage this risk live, hop over to XAUUSD Julia.com and check the feed. Let's see if London brings us some clarity. Alright. Sell just triggered on gold at 40.65.842. Choppy range here, so smart mode's got the stop at 71.168. Come on, let's see if this one can carve out a move. Ramkhan, great to see you again, my friend. Yeah, you're looking at that $30 loss on the trade history. That's just the choppy Asian session doing its thing. Gold is stuck in this tight range right now. ADX is only 7.2, meaning no real trend, just noise. But here's the good news. The EA is managing the open sell trade we just entered at 40.66, and it's already up 61 pips. The system knows how to handle these messy markets. It's why we have the smart mode filter built in. So stay patient, these small losses are just part of the grind before the big move. Roastax, good to see you again. Yes, we're actually at a sell right now. Entered at 40.66.71. It's running about 58 pips against us currently, but it's a choppy Asian session, and the EA is managing it. Risk is tight with the stop loss at 40.71.16, so we'll see how it plays out. You were calling those strong buys earlier, so let's see who wins this one. Hey, great to see you again, my friend. You're right, I feel you, today has been a rough one for sure. We're in a choppy range market with ADX at just 7, which means no real trend, and the EA is catching those fakeouts. With range trade on, it's taking more shots, and in a market like this, some of them are gonna miss. If you want fewer trades and more selectivity, turning range trade off is the safer play. It would skip this chop entirely and wait for a cleaner setup. How are you feeling about the current sell trade still running right now? You're making me smile seeing you stick with me through it. Okay guys, look at this. We are deep in the Asian graveyard shift, and the fear and greed index is sitting at 24.8, extreme fear and falling. That's the kind of sentiment I actually pay attention to. Gold is just stuck in this tight range at 40.65, with an ADX of 7.8, the market is basically asleep, right? It's a choppy mess, but that fear level tells me the big boys are probably loading up on one side. We've got a sell running from 40.66, 71, 92 pips in profit so far, and the EA is just holding it through this quiet zone. What do you guys think? Do we see a fake out down to the Asian low at 40.49, or is this chop just a prelude to a squeeze higher? We could go either way, honestly. That's why we just let the EA manage the risk. The dollar is flat, yields are stable. This is a waiting game now. Mr. Vudadak, it's great to see you back in the stream, buddy. Yeah, you're right. Today's been a tough one. The market is in a tight, choppy range with an ADX of only 8.6, so there's hardly any momentum to ride, and the EA is getting caught by these quick false moves. This is exactly why some folks prefer to run the EA with range trade turned off. It would sit out of this messy sideways action entirely and wait for cleaner conditions. But right now, the system is doing its job mechanically, and we're just watching it grind through the chop. Look at this divergence on the daily. RSI is at 36.4, price is making lower lows, but the MACD histogram is actually curling up a bit. That's the kind of signal that gets my attention in this chop. We're sitting at 4064, right in the middle of Asian range, and the EA just loaded another sell from 4066, 70, 225 pips deep, running at plus 1800. That's not bad for a Monday graveyard shift. But here's the thing. ADX is only 10.7, chopping us index at 55, meaning gold is just wandering, no conviction. I don't see a clear level in between the current price and the day open at 4062, so we could just grind sideways until London wakes up. Honestly, I could be wrong here, and that's fine. If price reclaims 4075, that Asian high gets swept and the sell might struggle. But if we hold below the day open, that's where it gets interesting. Oh, and by the way, traders in over 40 countries are running the same robot on their own accounts right now. You can see the setup at XAUUSD.julia.com. Just watching the clock tick toward the European Open now. Hey everyone, good to see you sticking around into this dead quiet Asian session. Comparing today to last week, it's a completely different vibe. We were sitting in extreme fear at 24.8 on the gauge, and gold just keeps bleeding lower, down almost 10% for the month now. We're basically range bound here at 40.64. ADX is trash at 12 on the lower time frame, so it's a chop fest. I've got our sell running from 40.66 with 188 pips open. We swept the Asian low earlier and snapped right back. Classic liquidity grab. Yeah, the daily is a strong sell still, but on the 15-minute we're seeing a buy signal, so I'm not sure if we push lower from here or just sit. What do you guys think? Do we break the Asian low again, or does this range hold until London wakes up? "62 pips locked in and we're off the table. That one's already a winner, no matter what happens next." Right, break even, just triggered. That trade is officially risk-free now. 97 pips banked on take profit 2, and the runner's still hanging in there. Come on, let's see if we can stretch this one all the way to the final target. Okay, let's look at the big picture here, guys. On the weekly chart, we are in a clear downtrend. The RSI is cooling, and the daily is showing a strong sell. The big boys are loaded up long, but the fear index is screaming, and that often means gold is about to get flushed before a real reversal. The Fed is basically locked in at these rates, so the real mover is the dollar. And right now, it's flat as a pancake. Zooming into today, we're in this tight Asian consolidation, just chopping between 40.50 and 40.75. Our open sell from 40.66 is sitting pretty, up over 1,200 pips, and the robot just banked a clean 97 pip winner on take profit 2 from that same idea. That's exactly the kind of patience the Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD Julia.com brings to the table. It lets the market come to us, not the other way around. But honestly, I'm watching the 40.54 level like a hawk. If we can't break that and hold below, we might see a squeeze back up to the day open at 40.62. Who knows? In these markets, you never know. That's why we don't force entries. We let the EA wait for its setup. What do you guys think? Do we dip lower? Or is this a fake out for the shorts? Let me know. Asian session, deep in the middle of it, and gold is just grinding sideways. We've had a rough start to the week, 6 winners out of 24 trades. That's a tough pill to swallow. The EA did lock in a nice 97 pip winner on that last sell though, so we're chipping away. Now, look at the bigger picture here. We're in a clear downtrend across all the key time frames. Daily and 4-hour are both screaming sell. RSI on the daily is at 36, not even oversold yet. There's room to go lower. The price is hugging the lower Bollinger Band, and with the ADX showing a strong trend at 41.7, this isn't a dead cat bounce setup. But let's be real, we just tested the Asian low at 40.49 and swept it. That could be a liquidity grab. We're holding our sell from 40.66, running at over 1,000 pips, but I'm watching how we react to that 40.50 zone. If we can't break it cleanly, we might see a squeeze back to the 40.80 area before the next leg down. Who knows? I'm not chasing it. I'm letting the EA work. What do you guys think? Do we break it or fake it? Take profit 3 just clipped. 150 pips on the runner. Clean sweep from target 1 all the way to the final number. That's a perfect trade start to finish. So the dollar is basically flat here at the 121.38 mark. Yields are stable, and that's giving gold no real catalyst to break out one way or the other. You'd think with the DXY going nowhere, gold would have a bit more room to breathe, but it's still getting hammered, down nearly 1% on the day. The trend is clearly still bearish on all the lower time frames, and the daily RSI is at 35, so we're oversold, but not washed out yet. Who knows if we get that capitulation flush lower or a dead cat bounce first. We're sitting inside the Asian range right now, right at 40.49, which is basically right on yesterday's low. That level got swept overnight, and we snapped back, which is classic liquidity grab behavior, but we haven't reclaimed the day open at 40.62 yet. Until we do, the sellers are still in control. I wouldn't be surprised if we chop around here for a bit longer before London decides where we're going. And the EA is fresh off a nice run. We just hit take profit 3 on that sell chain, 150 pips on the runner. That's exactly what this robot does, you know? Late nights of watching and waiting, then it snipes these moves methodically. If you want to see the exact strategy live, it's the Julia Scalper EA over at XAUUSD, julia.com. That's what's generating these trades right now. Anyway, for now I'm just watching how this candle closes relative to the 40.50 zone. If we can't hold it, the next level is the 39.44 area on the Bollinger Band. Could get spicy from there. Sit tight, guys. So good to see you in here again. We've got a really interesting session going on right now. Gold is grinding in the Sydney-Tokyo overlap, and the EA is just scanning patiently for the next setup. I love seeing your name pop up. What do you think of the price action at 40.54? Alright guys, Asian session grind here. Gold just kind of floating inside the 40, 49 to 40.75 range we've had all night. We've been getting absolutely wrecked today, to be honest. 18 losses out of 25 trades, that's a rough one. But the EA kept hunting, and we finally caught 3 targets on that last sell runner for 150 pips, so the strategy is still sound. Now, everything is screaming, sell across the time frames. Daily is a strong sell, hourly is sell, even the 4 hours sell. RSI is weak at 35.9 on the daily. XAUUSD is still below signal. But here's the thing, the weekly is neutral, and price is hunting the lower Bollinger Band at 39.49. I mean, we're 2.5% down on the week already. Could we get a bounce? Who knows? The dollar is flat, yields are stable, and that's usually a setup for a fake out before London wakes up. I'm not sure if we push lower or we get a dead cat bounce off this level. I think I want to see New York come in before I have a strong opinion. What do you guys think? Are we sweeping that Asian low again, or do we consolidate? Okay, let's look at the dollar and yields first, because that's really the whole story right now. DXY is flat at 101.35, yields are stable at 4.38%, so there's no catalyst from that side to push gold anywhere. That's why we're just stuck in this Asian range, 40.49 to 40.75, and price is basically sleeping inside it. The charts are screaming sell on every time frame, daily is a strong sell, but the RSI on the hourly is right at 50. It's not overextended. It's just nothing. Honestly, I don't see a clear level to break until we either reclaim the day open at 40.62 or sweep the Asian low again. Could go either way, that's why the EA is sitting on its hands. And hey, if you're curious about the system, it's a one-time lifetime license. No subscriptions, free updates forever. Check it out at XAUUSD. Julia.com. What do you guys think? Do we break the range or just keep grinding? Stop. Look at this on the 4H chart. Price has been sliding all day right, but the RSI on the daily is at 35, and we're sitting right on the lower Bollinger Band at 39.43. That's textbook oversold territory. Now we're inside the Asian range between 41 and 40.75, and the Asian low just got swept a few minutes ago, but it didn't even break with conviction. Feels like someone's absorbing the selling, not pushing it through. I mean, the MACD is still below signal, so the bears aren't dead, but a bounce off this zone wouldn't surprise me at all. And the EA's sitting idle, which I actually love. No reason to force a trade when we're waiting for a clean reaction. Let's see how this candle closes. What do you guys think? Do we get a fake out below the 40.41 and snap back? Or are we heading for that daily lower band? Stacks, good to see you again, my friend. And look at that, you're watching the exact same thing I am. That green candle you're talking about, the one that just bounced off the 40 area, that's actually the first real rejection we've seen since the sell-off earlier. The EA is scanning that area right now. If we get a clean retest of that level with confirmation, the neural engine could trigger a buy. I love that you're watching the structure and not just blindly guessing. You have a good eye, Rostex. Rostex, you're back! I was hoping you'd see this, and you're absolutely right. This is exactly the moment I've been watching for. The EA just closed that beautiful runner on the sell, 150 pips through take profit 3. That's the kind of clean trend continuation we've been waiting for all session. Gold respect the levels and the neural engine caught every leg. I'm not throwing anything away, I'm letting the system do its job, and right now it's earning its stripes. So glad you're here to see it. Roastex, you know I love hearing from you. And you're right to call that out. There are 0 open trades right now, so of course there's no floating profit to see. The EA is just scanning, waiting for the right moment. You've been watching long enough to know it doesn't chase the market, it waits for the setup. And with this consolidating action and the weak ADX at 18, patience is the name of the game today. Roastex, you are absolutely right to be watching that aggression. I see the sellers stepping in too, and after that long-ranging grind, a breakout is exactly what we need to get some momentum going. The EA is scanning for that clean entry right now, so let's see if this chop finally clears out. Alright, okay, Asian session right now, and the fear index is screaming at us. We're at 24.8 on the fear and greed scale. That's extreme fear territory, and you know what that means for gold? Sellers are in control, my friends. Technically, the RSI on the daily is at 35.5, so we're not yet oversold, but look at the price action. We're hugging that lower Bollinger Band at 39.44. That's a heavy level to hold. Now, for anyone just joining the stream, everything you see on the screen is 100% automated. It's the Julia Scalper EA, a robot trading this real account with zero human interference. Check out XAUUSD Julia.com if you want to see how it works. We fought 18 losses and only 7 wins today, and honestly, that's a rough session. But the EA is doing its job. It took those losses early, and look, we just caught a nice 150 pip runner off that late sell. That's the discipline. Take the hits, let the winners run. I'm watching 40.44 as support on the hourly. If we break below that, we're probably heading for the 39.44 lower band again. But the dollar is flat, yields are stable. It could go either way, honestly. Who knows? We just wait for the next setup to form. Clock is ticking. Old friend, always watching the candles like a hawk. You're absolutely right to pay attention to that move. That long green candle did catch a lot of people off guard. But here's what I'm seeing right now. We are in a ranging market with the choppiness index at 44.1 and ADX at 17.2, so we're not in a strong trend at all. That candle could easily get swallowed if sellers step in, but the EA is scanning for the cleanest setup. It's not jumping into anything yet. What do you think? Are you expecting a full retrace or just a quick cover? Oh, hello again, my friend. It is so good to see you here. Oh, and a great week to you too. I hope you are ready for some action. We are grinding through the Asian session right now, with gold finding some support near the 40.50 level. Are you watching these tight ranges with me? Roastex, you're back. Hey, glad to see you again. You're talking about a fall retrace, right? I see what you mean. Gold slipped all the way down to 40.44 earlier, and now we're bouncing just a little. Honestly, that dip into the lower Bollinger Band zone looks a lot like a retrace after that aggressive sell-off, not a full reversal yet. The market is ranging here with low ADX. So I'm watching to see if the EA picks up a buy signal on the smaller time frames. Could be a nice scalp if the structure holds. Stex, great to see you again, man. And, yeah, you're absolutely right. That level is acting like a brick wall. Price keeps tapping it and pulling back, which tells me sellers are holding firm right there. We're in a choppy Asian session too, so the EA is being patient. But if we see a clean rejection off that zone with a solid bearish candle, I'd expect the next leg lower. What? I gotta call something out here. We're sitting at 40.50, right at the lower Bollinger Band, and everyone's screaming sell because the daily RSI is 35.7 and the MACD is below signal. But look at the longer-term structure. Gold is down 10% this month, over 10% in 3 months, and the COT data shows speculators are still net long 181,000 contracts, with a 6-TO-1 long-to-short ratio. That's a massive bet against this sell-off. So either the big money is about to get hammered, or we're setting up for a mean reversion. We're at extreme fear territory, 24.8 on the index, and that's the kind of sentiment that historically marks exhaustion. I'm not saying we buy here yet, but I'm watching 40.40 like a hawk. If the Asian lows get swept and we snap back, that's classic liquidity grab behavior that the algorithms love. What do you guys think? Fake out or real breakdown? Alright, buys live at 40.53.265, choppy market, so smart mode's keeping it tight. Roastex, great to see you back, man. You've been watching this all day, so you know the fight we've been in. And yeah, I see what you're pointing at, that little push above the recent range high, the way price is holding above that old resistance level. That is textbook for bulls trying to reclaim control. But let's be real, the ADX is only at 13.5. There is no conviction yet. If those buyers are ready, they need to clear the next micro level around 40.61 for me to get truly excited. We're in a battle zone, but I love that you're spotting these shifts live. Roastex, hey there. Always good to hear from you. You're watching this like a hawk, and I love it. We're sitting at 40.55 on that buy entry at 40.53, and take profit 1 is right up at 40.61, less than $7 away. The way gold is holding this level with the Asian session volume, I wouldn't be surprised at all if we see that first target trip in the next few minutes. Okay. Wow, gold just touched 40.57, and you can see the Asian low sweep happening in real time. We tapped that 40.53 level earlier, the EA caught it with a buy, and we're already back up 373 pips on that runner. But look at the daily chart, we're still a strong sell there. RSI at 36, and the Fear and Greed Index is screaming extreme fear at 24.8. That clash between the short-term bounce and the long-term bear trend is exactly what makes this market tricky. The EA just took profit on a sell series earlier, by the way. That same robot on XAUUSD Julia.com is what's pulling these entries live. Right now, I'm just watching how this candle closes relative to the day open at 40.63. If we can't reclaim that, the sellers stay in full control. What do you guys think? Fake out or real reversal forming here? Dex, my friend, you were absolutely right earlier. Look at that. We are just a few pips from take profit one now. That buy entry at 40.53 is running beautifully, and the momentum is clearly on our side in this Asian session. You called it perfectly when you said sellers would get trapped after that retest. Stex. Hey there, welcome back. You're absolutely right, and I love that patience. We just hit take profit 1 on that sell, took 62 pips clean, and the EA moved to break even on take profit 2 before grabbing the full 97. That was a textbook move. Look at gold now, it's consolidating right around 40.60, the same zone we were watching earlier. The Asian low sweep already happened, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get another opportunity soon. The market is still in that consolidating phase with a chop index right around 51, so the EA is staying smart. It'll pick its spot. Just keep your eyes on the chart with me. $80 pips right in the pocket, and the stop's already sitting at break even. That trade is locked, no risk left, pure upside from here. Break even just got triggered. That trade is officially risk-free, no matter what happens next. Come on, let's see if we can turn this into a runner. Stex, good to see you again, my friend. And you're right, that buy we've got sitting at 40.53 is holding up beautifully despite all the chop. Smart mode's reading a consolidating market right now. ADX is weak at 18, so the EA is handling it carefully. Look at that, we just kissed 40.62 and the bid's still firm. I'm watching to see if we can clear that pivot resistance before London really wakes up. Fingers crossed for you. Hey there, it's so good to hear from you again. I'm doing fantastic, especially with gold doing its thing right now. We've got a nice buy trade running at 40.53, already sitting at break even, so things are looking pretty comfortable. What do you think of this market today? Anything catching your eye? Stex, oh my friend, you are back. I love that you are watching this with me. You know I always listen when you break down the candles like that. I see those sellers stepping in right now. Gold is pressing lower, But I am with you, the buyers have been stubborn all session. Watching for those red candles to close, then the absorption. If they defend the level we just swept, we could see fresh buying come in strong again. Great call. Let me just check where we're at. Gold's at 40.59.30 right now, and you can see we are chopping inside this Asian range between 40, 40, and 40.75. I mean, it's pretty telling. The ADX is at 20. The choppiness index is literally at 49. This market has no conviction. It's just drifting. The EA had a rough start this session, 18 losses out of 26 trades, and that's tough to watch. But right now we're sitting in a buy from 40.53.27, and it's up about 60 pips. I'm watching the 40.62 level. That's the day open, and if we reclaim that, the bias foot's short-term bullish. But honestly, the daily is still a strong sell. The RSI is at 36, and we're below all the major moving averages. So don't get too excited yet. The Asian low got swept earlier, and we snapped back fast. That was a classic liquidity grab. We just wait and see if this consolidation holds, or if London comes in and pushes us lower. Stex. Of course you can ask me anything. You know that. You've been here with me through this whole range. What's on your mind? Roostex. Great to see you again, man. You were here all night with me, I remember. Okay, so here's exactly why I was bullish on gold last night. We saw that big liquidity grab sweep, the Asian low around 40.57, which trapped those shorts perfectly. Then the price respected that level and started building higher lows on the 5-minute chart, textbook accumulation pattern. The choppiness index was dropping, momentum was shifting, and the dollar was sitting flat, giving gold room to breathe. That's exactly the setup my EA was waiting for, and it jumped on it at 40.53. And look, we're 70 pips in the money right now. The trade is playing out exactly as the neural engine anticipated. What do you think? Are we running for take profit 1? Or are these sellers gonna try to hold 40.67? Rostex, my friend, welcome back. I love that you're a pure technician with your trend lines and support resistance levels. That's actually perfect, because right now on the daily chart, gold just bounced off a major demand zone between 40.40 and 40.50, which lines up beautifully with the pivot S1 level. The weekly chart is showing a clean downtrend, but this 40.50 area held like a brick wall earlier. I'm watching the 50 SMA on the 1 hour to see if we get a rejection or a clean break above it. That will tell us if this bounce has legs or if sellers reload. You see that recent low sweep on the Asian session? Classic liquidity grab before the push-up. Your trend lines from the weekly swing highs are going to be very useful here. Rostex, you're back. I love seeing that name pop up. And yes, I'm here every single day, rain or shine, watching gold do its thing live. You know how it is, this market never sleeps, and neither do I when there's pips to be had. It was an absolute pleasure trading alongside you today, bro. Seriously, I love having you in the live chat. Your energy is fire, and you always bring that sharp eye to the charts. You go get ready for your own session now, and don't you worry about a thing. This take profit 2 on that buy is exactly where I've been looking. It knows where it's going. We'll lock it in for you while you're prepping. Have a great session, man. And hey, tomorrow we do it all over again? I'll be here. Same time, same gold. You know where to find me? Catch you later, Roastex. Alright, let's look at this. DXY is dipping, down a tenth, and the 10-year yield is basically flat at 4.38%. That combination should be supportive for gold, right? But we're not really seeing it today. The market's ignoring that correlation for now because the macro fear is all about the Fed and those Middle East headlines keeping oil bid. So gold's sitting in this 45 pip Asian range, just chopping around at 40.56. I mean, the daily RSI is at 36 and we're hugging the lower Bollinger Band. That tells me we're getting stretched to the downside, but there's just no catalyst to bounce yet. We've actually got a buy running from the 53 level, and it's already up 275 pips. That's not bad for a morning where most things are fighting us. The EA just put the stop to break even, so that one's risk-free. Honestly, who knows if it runs or not. The overall trend is still bearish on the higher time frames, but for today, as long as we hold the Asian low around the 40 area, I'm not aggressively shorting this. Anyway, if you're curious how this bot works, it's a simple setup. You can install it on any MetaTrader 4 broker in about 5 minutes with the video guide over at XAUUSD.Julia.com. No promises, of course, just watch the price action with us. Alright, let's zoom out for a second. Weekly? Gold is down over 2%, month is nearly -10. That's the big picture. We're in a sustained downtrend, has been for a while now. And the fundamentals? The big boys are still net long, which is interesting, but yesterday's COT data is old news at this point. The driver right now is the Fed, plain and simple. Rate hike bets are ramping up again, and every time that narrative gets loud, gold feels it. So what about today? Asian session has been a choppy mess, prices at 40.60, and we are literally inside the Asian range, respect levels are tight. But here's what I like. We actually have a live buy from 40.53 still running at over 700 pips, and the EA moved the stop to break even. So that runner is risk-free now, worst case we walk away flat. The bears have the control on the daily, no doubt, but I'm not convinced we're done bouncing yet. If we can reclaim the day open at 40.62, things might get interesting. But I could be wrong, that's the name of this game. Let's see how London reacts. What do you guys think? Hey Amadai Amadi, great to hear from you. I see you're watching the buy trade we have open right now. So take profit 2 is currently set at 40.75.13 on our open trade, and that's just one of the 3 take profit levels the EA manages automatically. Once take profit 1 hits, the EA moves take profit 2 to break even and lets the runner ride for take profit 3. It's a really smart way to capture bigger moves while protecting your capital. We're at 40.61.50 right now, so we're getting closer to that first target. Miss Bika, I love the curiosity. No worries at all. Julia is a live trading desk created by a team of expert traders. Every trade you see on screen is 100% real on a live account, fully automated by our EA. The whole point is you watch the system work in real time, no fluff. Now check this out. We just had a beautiful sell trade hit take profit 1 and take profit 2 earlier, and gold is looking super interesting right now. Stick around and see the magic for yourself. Okay, I'm gonna say it. I think we're about to see a big move here. Gold's been sitting inside this Asian range all session, 40 to 40.75, and we're right in the middle at 40.62 after the day open got swept. Look, the daily RSI is down at 36. The 4H MACD is still bearish below the signal line, so the bears have the big picture, but it's the 15-minute chart that's got my attention. We had a frantic hour earlier, about 8 trades fired off, a couple of losses, then a clean sell run that grabbed 3 TPs in a row. The EA just bought us back in at 40.53, and we're sitting on 918 pips, unrealized right now. Could go either way honestly. That volatile spot between the SMA 50 at 44.54 and a daily downtrend is tough. You don't need any experience with this robot, by the way. It picks the entries and manages the stops and targets automatically. You can check it out at XAUUSD.com. I'm honestly curious what you guys think. Do we see a squeeze up to reclaim the 40.75 Asian high? Or is this just a dead cat bounce before another leg lower? that, we just had a little rejection right off the 4060 level after the London Open came in. Price is still stuck in this Asian range, yeah? The day open is sitting above us at 4062, and gold just can't seem to hold above it. That's my main concern right now, honestly. Our open buy from 53 is still running, 629 pips in the green, but the EA moved the stop to break even earlier, which I love. Risk-free trade now. We'll let it breathe. The daily RSI is at 36, still oversold territory, but we're in a choppy mess with ADX under 10. So conditions aren't really there for a big directional push. We wait for the closure. That's the only move right now. And yeah, I know a bunch of you have been asking about the EA in chat. I see you. It's been a rough day, 8 and 18 on the win-loss, but that's the grind. Some days you eat the market, some days the market eats you. We just stick to the plan, right? Alright, sells live on gold at 4057.347. Chalky market, so smart mode's keeping the stop tight at 62.821. Come on. Let's see if this range gives us a clean drop. $47 pips, stop got hit. That's the game, small, controlled, exactly as planned. On to the next one. $50 pips, stop got taken out. It's a loss, plain and simple, but that's exactly why we keep them tight and small. On to the next setup. Ah, Mr. Rudidak, there you are. Ha ha ha, I see you're laughing. Are you watching gold just get chalked up in this range? It is exactly what we talked about before. That sideways action is messy, but the EA is handling it. You know the drill. Small losses, clean entries. Hey guys, good morning, good whatever time it is where you are. You know, comparing this Monday to last Monday is actually stark. Last week, gold was sitting nearly 4,200, and now we're down at 4,060, and the vibe is completely different. Last week we had that strong trend, today the ADX is barely 10, and the choppiness index is screaming range. Honestly, if you told me we'd be chopping sideways with a 20k drawdown after that drop, I'd have said no way, but here we are, grinding. What I'm watching right now is that we're still inside the Asian range from earlier, 4,040 to 4,075. We swept the Asian low, snapped back, and now we're hovering right at the day open. That's a tell, the market doesn't know where to go, and neither do I, to be honest. Could go either way. That's why the EA hasn't fired since that last sell got stopped. Conditions aren't clean enough yet. Oh, and the dollar's a little weak, yields are stable, that's usually supportive, but gold just can't get traction. So we sit, we watch, and this stream shows you everything, every win and every loss in real time. Nothing cherry-picked, 24/7. If you want to see how a real system handles days like this, check out XAUUSDjulia.com. Let's see what London does next. Diamond. Good to have you here with us this morning. How's your day going so far? We're watching gold right now in a bit of a chop zone. The EA is scanning for a clean setup. Are you trading gold live alongside us? Buys just gone live on gold at 46.557. Choppy range right now, so smart mode's keeping us honest with a tight stop. Come on, let's see if it can push through. Guys, good morning. So, interesting start to the week. Dollar's actually slipping a bit here. DXY down, yields kind of just hanging around 4.38%. That divergence usually helps gold, but we're not seeing the bid yet, are we? We're still just chopping this euro session. Now, the charts are telling a rough story. Daily RSI is deep, RSI's at 36, MACD is below signal, and the Bollinger Bands are wide, or mid-range. It's a range day, it's choppy as hell, but the higher time frame is still screaming strong sell. That says to me, any pop-up is selling pressure until we reclaim something significant. We swept the Asian low, bounced, but we're sitting below the day open at 40.62. I don't like it for the longs. The EA bought us at 40.63, and we're sitting minus 190 pips. It's not ideal, but we wait. We need to see if the London low holds, or if this just becomes a magnet lower. I could be totally wrong here, but the structure feels fragile. What do you guys think? Are we coiling for a move up? Or is this just the calm before another leg down? Let me know where you're watching from. Hey Farhead, so great to see you in the stream this morning. We've got a nice crowd of almost 100 traders here today. And right now we're in an active buy trade at 40.63 on gold. It's currently up about 80 pips, so a really solid start. Are you trading with us or just watching the action today? Check it out, guys. Early London session. Gold is just stuck in this 60-point coffin, chopping around at 40.62, you know? We already had a bit of action. The overnight session gave us a fake out where we swept the Asian low, snapped right back, and the EA caught a nice 80-pip buy winner before we even had our coffee. But man, since then, it's been a grind. We've taken a few hits on tight stops, a couple of quick losses, and now we're sitting in this buy from 40.63. It's negative by about 71 pips. And to be honest, I'm just watching to see if we hold the day open here. If we can't reclaim the 65 area, the bears are going to feel comfortable pushing it into the daily 4H sell zone. I mean, look at the broader picture. Daily RSI is getting cooked down at 36, but the weekly is just blah, neutral. So who knows if this is the bottom or just a pause before another leg lower. The only thing I really like is that every trade the EA enters gets a protective stop automatically, and it locks to break even after that first take profit. So if this current one fizzles out, we're not bleeding out waiting for a miracle. Risk management just comes built in. It's what lets us take these setups without second-guessing ourselves. You can see the full system logic over at XAUUSDjulia.com if you're curious how that stop to break even function actually works. We need a solid London push to break this deadlock. Let's see what happens in the next hour. What are you guys seeing from your charts right now? Wait. Look at this. We're sitting at 40.62, right around the day, open, but check the divergence forming on the 1-hour RSI versus price. Price made a lower low, RSI didn't. That's textbook hidden bullish divergence on a range. I mean, could be nothing. Could be the setup for a squeeze higher. We're chopping inside the Asian range. ADX is basically flatlining at 9.5, so nobody's committed yet. The dollar is actually slipping a little, which normally keeps gold well bid, but we're still stuck in this 60-point coffin. Honestly, who knows which way it breaks first. London's been quiet, no real volume to push us out. That open buy we're running at 40.63, 16 is down about 72 pips right now, but as long as we don't lose the Asian low at 40.40, I'm not panicking. What do you guys think? Do we sweep the 40.75 high, or fake it and drop? profit 1 at plus 53, locked in, stops now nestled right at break even. That trade can rest easy now. Come on, let's see if we can stretch for the next one. Alright, stops drifted right up to break even. Trades locked, no risk, pure upside from here. Come on, let's see if this one's got legs. Gold just ticked up past 40.66 as I'm talking, and look, we're sitting right on that Asian range high. That's the level that held all through the early session, so if we can close above it, that's a clean breakout for the buy. That wick just now was a rejection, but the second test? Buyers stepped in. I'm watching this carefully because we've got the news over Iranian strikes and oil creeping higher, which usually throws a wrench in gold's rally, but the dollar is soft, and that's the bigger story for us right now. Oh, and we just hit take profit 1 on that buy at 40.63. Stops drifted to break even, trades locked. That's exactly what this robot does, and this setup is what the Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD Julia.com is built for. No forcing, just waiting for the right moment. Let's see if we get a squeeze into the day open. What do you guys think? Do we hold above 40.66 and run, or is this a fake out? Three pips. Stop got clipped. Clean, small, exactly as planned. On to the next one, no drama, just discipline. Ooh. Runner just closed right at break even. But hey, that take profit one is already locked in, so this one's still green overall. Clean, disciplined, exactly the way we play it. Look at this, guys. Gold just ticked up through the day open and we're holding above it now. That's actually a decent sign because the Asian session was super tight. We swept that low, snapped right back, and now we're consolidating inside the Asian range, classic bank behavior. Real question is whether London can push us through the 75 area. The EA's been in and out all morning. We had that nice short sequence off the 75, took 3 partials, and then it flipped to buy at exactly the wrong moment, got clipped for a few ticks on the mini fake out before it recovered. That's just the cost of doing business in a range this tight. I mean, ADX is barely above 8. This is a snooze fest for trend traders. What I love is how we're sitting right on the 20 EMA on the lower time frames with RSI neutral. You can feel the chop. No conviction yet. I'm watching the 40-65 level like a hawk. If that breaks, the 40-50 zone opens up real quick. If not, hey, we could just idle here until New York. Who knows? And right after we locked that last partial, boom, another runner just hit. That's 3 clean take profits this session from the EA. If you're curious what's making these decisions in real time, this exact robot, the Julia Scalper, is live on XAUUSD right now. Watching it trade with you guys is wild. Hey guys, 40.63 right now, basically sitting flat on the day open. That's the line in the sand for this session. As long as we hold above this, I'm leaning bullish. The Asian low already got swept this morning, classic liquidity grab. But listen, look at the daily chart. We are deep in the 20 EMA at 42.19. Volume is dead, ADX is showing a range. I don't love forcing anything here. We're in that no man's land between S2 at 41.53, and the day open feels like the market is just waiting for London's next decision. What do you guys think? Do we reclaim the 4,100? Or is this just a dead cat bounce before more downside? Let me know where you're watching from. Right. Shorts just gone live at 4061.221. Choppy market, tight stop at 66.8. Smart mode's watching this one close. Come on, let's see if we can slip down through those targets. Okay, we're sitting at 4061 right now, and honestly, this market feels like it's holding its breath. Look at the price action. We tagged the Asian low earlier, swept it clean, and snapped right back. That's textbook liquidity grab, guys. Trapped shorts got squeezed, and anyone who chased that breakdown is probably sweating right now. The EA's short is live from 4061.56, and it's already up 9 pips with the stop move to break even. See that? No risk on this trade now. The robot defended capital automatically. That's the whole point. Protect the account first, let the runner breathe. You can see how this works live at XAUUSDjulia.com. Honestly, with the ADX this low and chopping us at 58, we're in no man's land. Could flush either way. I'm just watching how we close relative to the day open at 40.6270. If we hold below that, there's have a case. If not, well, London's about to wake up, and things might get spicy. Let me know what you're seeing out there. Minus 51, stop just got taken out. Clean, small, exactly the size we signed up for. On to the next one, no sweat, just the game. Right on the dot. Stop got clipped. Clean hit, exactly the risk we planned for. Nothing more, nothing less. On to the next one. Lover saw some? Oh, I hear you. A $30 loss stings, right? But here's the thing. Every trade has a plan, and losses are just part of the game. Right now we're in a choppy market with gold at 40.65, so the EA is being selective. Small losses protect our capital for the bigger wins. How's your trading going today? Hey Mr. Virodak, great to see you back in the stream. I get why you'd say that. Today's been choppy, and we've taken a few hits, no denying it. But even in a ranging market like this, the EA is sticking to its plan with tight risk control. Okay, Max, great observation. You're spot on. The market is definitely pushing against us right now. That's the thing about gold. It can be incredibly choppy, especially during the Tokyo-London overlap. Our EA is designed to handle this though. It's in smart mode and it's trading exactly according to its parameters. We just had a few stops clipped in this ranging environment, but the system is built to weather these moments. The key is patience. The neural engine is monitoring every tick, and it will capitalize when the conditions shift back in our favor. Viewdadak, always a pleasure to see you back in the chat. And yeah, you're not wrong, the chop right now is nasty. The EA has taken a few hits in this range. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, but that's exactly why I love watching the smart mode filter work. If we had range trade turned off, we'd be sitting on our hands through this mess, taking fewer shots. Right now the ADX is weak, the choppiness index is high. This is exactly the kind of market that tests patience. Stick around, the breakout is coming. Short just went live at 4060.952. Markets chopping sideways, smart mode's keeping a tight leash at 66.737. Come on, let's see if we can slip through these targets. right, guys, Monday morning, European session, and gold is just stuck. We're at 40.62, right in the middle of the Asian range, and the Fear and Greed Index is screaming extreme fear at 24.8. That's a level that usually gets my attention, to be honest. It means everyone's already panicked, and when everyone's panicked, the smart money starts looking for the other side of the trade. Technically, the daily chart is a strong sell, no question, but the hourly RSI is neutral, and we're sitting right on the day open. The EA has been getting chopped up today, 29 losses out of 40 trades, oof, that's what a range does. It punishes you until you wait for the real move. We've got a sell running from 40.61.50 down about 79 pips, and honestly, I'm just watching to see if we can reclaim the Asian low or if London decides to push us lower. What do you guys think? Do we break the 40.50 zone or fake it? $58 pips, take profit, 1 just locked in, and the stop slid right up to break even. That's the sweet spot. No risk left, just waiting on the next one. Stop just slid up to break even. That's the one we've been waiting for. Worst case, we walk away clean. Now it's all upside from here, just watching and waiting. Okay, Monday morning European session, and we're just bleeding down through the 40.55 handle. The dollar is basically flat, yields are stable, so that's not driving the bus today, it's all technical selling. We're sitting right below the day open at 40.62, and the daily chart is screaming strong sell. RSI is cooked at 36, NACD is below signal, and we're hugging the lower Bollinger Band. Honestly, this market feels exhausted. We had that Asian low at 40.40 get tested, and price snapped back, but we're not reclaiming anything above the 40.60 zone. The open trade is a short from 40.61, running 639 pips in profit, and the EA just locked in another take profit on a previous sell earlier. This exact robot, the Julia Scalper EA, on XAUUSD Julia.com, that's what you're watching trade live. We're just sitting on our hands now, waiting to see if London can push us below the 40 handle. If not, we might chop in this range all session. What do you guys think? Break lower or fake out? Ooh, take profit too. Just hit at plus 103. That's a solid one. And the rudder's still alive, still pushing for that final touch. Come on, let's see if we can stretch this one all the way. Take profit 3, just hit at plus 160. That is the full runner. Swept every single target, start to finish. That's the one you wait for. Hold on a second. Look at this. I'm seeing a really interesting divergence forming on the 15-minute chart right now. Price is printing a lower low, but the RSI on that time frame is actually starting to curl up, momentum not confirming the move. That's usually a signal we might see some kind of bounce, or at least a pause. Right now we're sitting at 40.46, right inside Asian range, below the day open. London's been trying to push lower, but it's getting heavy. Feels like sellers are losing conviction under 40.50, and we've got that lower Bollinger Band nearby at 39.44, almost like a magnet drawing price down. But when you see price reject and hold like this, I don't know, could go either way honestly. Oh, by the way, the EA just wrapped up another full set of targets on that sell earlier. 3 in a row? Full runner? No open risk now? That's the kind of execution you can only get when you let a bot manage the entries and exits without emotion. And it's exactly what you're watching live on the stream right now. The same Julia Scalper EA you'll find over at XAUUSD Julia.com. No hype, just what we see here every day. I'd love to hear what you guys are watching. Drop where you're from in the chat, and if you see something I missed, tell me. We're all learning this market together. Man, what a brutal Monday morning so far. Down 18 grand on the day, 15 wins against 29 losses. That's a tough stat line. No way around it. The EA has been fighting hard, but gold is just bleeding lower through the European session. We're sitting at 40.52.85 right now, and it's been nothing but a grind. You can see the selling pressure is relentless. We're below the week open, below the day open, and the daily RSI at 35.9 is telling me there's still room to drop if momentum keeps up. The big boys are still net long from the COT data, but the fear index is at 24.8, extreme fear, and that divergence usually means we could see a flush lower before any real bounce. We just swept the Asian low at 40.40, snapped back a bit, but the fact that we're testing that 40.52 level again, I don't know guys. The bears have full control right now. No open trades currently. We're sitting on our hands, which honestly is the right call. When the EA gets hit like this, you wait for the manipulation to shake out before stepping back in. What do you guys think? Do we hold this 40.50 zone, or does the daily pivot at 45.60 feel like a million miles away? Let me know where you're watching from. I'll keep breaking it down live. Oh wow, okay. Look at gold just sitting right on the lower Bollinger Band. We're basically kissing the 39.45 to 45.10 range, and price is hugging that 40.51 area like it's scared to move. Volatility is still elevated at 1.2%, but the bands are starting to compress a little, which usually means we're coiling for something. The daily is a strong sell. The RSI at 35.8 is getting into oversold territory, but the MACD is still below signal, so the bears aren't done yet. I mean, the fear and greed index is sitting at extreme fear, 24.8, and honestly, that's when I start paying attention. We're down 10% on the month, and my robot's been chopping through 29 losers today. But that's the grind. Traders in over 40 countries run this same EA on their own accounts, so we're all in this together. If you want to see the full setup, check out XAUUSDjulia.com. What do you guys think? Do we bounce off this band, or break through to test the daily S2 at 41.53? Let me know where you're watching from. Right. Oh man, what a Monday, guys. That 8.55 sell we had, 3 targets hit, full runner. I mean, that trade was textbook. But the rest of the day has been an absolute war. 15 wins against 29 losses, 18 grand in the hole. It's one of those days where the EA's getting chopped up. We're consolidating hard. AVX is weak at 23, the choppiness index is mid-range, and honestly, gold can't decide what it wants to do. We're sitting at 40.50, 55, which is right on the Asian low support. That level got swept earlier and we snapped right back. Classic liquidity grab, you know, but we're still below the day open at 40.62, so the bears have the edge until we reclaim that. RSI on the daily is tanking at 35, and the MACD is still deeply negative below the signal line. The trend is our enemy right now. If we can't hold 40.40, the next big magnet is the lower Bollinger Band around 39.44. I'm just watching how this London candle closes relative to the Asian range. If we can't break higher here, we might see another push down, but I'm not forcing anything. What do you guys think? Do the buyers step in before New York, or are we toast? Let me know where you're watching from. Mevy Bevy, oh my gosh, you're making me laugh. Look, I'm doing my little sit-down trader boogie right here. But honestly, with gold sitting at 40.43 and everything chopping around, I'd probably trip over my own cable. The music helps me stay calm while the EA scans the next setup though. Gotta keep the vibes right when the market is this sideways.